Hello, everybody in chat. Chip here. Hello, Bposa. Thank you for coming out. Hi. I am a pixel artist and game dev in training, and today I thought we could have some fun drawing together in the style of the GBA FireRed sprites, which I'll pull up in a moment. This is my first pixel art broadcast, so let's just hope nothing explodes and we're live everywhere as intended. Let me know if the music is too loud or I'm too loud or anything. Thank you very much. So, I've made this little base guy from scratch. Let me pull him up. This guy right here. And you can get him in our game dev Discord if you want to pixel art along at home with us. Just head to the announcements channel and you can download this guy and pixel art yourself. We're using Aseprite today, or it might be pronounced Aseprite. I like calling it Aseprite though, that might be wrong. Hello Mono in chat. Explodes my art. No! Thank you for coming out. Welcome in. We're gonna start with some of my OCs, as you see here, because I already know how to draw them. But afterwards, we can take some suggestions on who to draw next. Thinking maybe we could try like a little Link or little Zelda, maybe. As you can see up here in my little reference panel, we're kind of aping off of this art style right here. Whoop. Right time, yes. Okay, so I hope you guys like my PNG tuber. He has a couple of emotions. He can wink, he can wave. I love him. And he can sit down if I'm feeling a little sleepy. Bposa says, I do. Ono says, ish nice. Thank you. Okay, so guess we might as well get going here. What? Thank you for the follow, Mono Musa. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are 2 followers strong. First stream. Feeling good. Yeah, the chat is kind of covering up the screen a little bit, but that way you guys just get plenty of spotlight, I guess. That's fine by me. Okay, so hopefully I can give some helpful pixel art tips along the way. I'm kind of 100% engagement. I am kind of self-taught, and I have a couple bad art habits, as you're gonna see. I like only using 1 layer, which is frowned upon, but means I get to redraw a lot. Helping me learn. 50% chaos. This is true. Okay. Tunes are going. Stuff is flowing. Yeah. Okay, so for our first little guy, I have one of my OCs here. This is, oh, I can actually pull him up here. Check that out. Cool, right? This is my OC. His name is Jacqueen King. He's supposed to be based on playing cards, as you can see right here. So his name is like Jack, King, Queen. And he's like a Jack of Hearts, and he's got 1 eye, and Jack cards, some of them only have 1 eye, so it's like, dang. 1 layer wouldn't be frowned upon, I'd say. Actually really impressive. Thank you very much. It forces me to redraw a lot, like I mentioned, but my excuse is that helps me learn, because I have to keep redrawing the same stuff. Like if I move an arm, I'll just have to draw the body under the arm again, which kind of helps me remember what's there, but it would probably save more time if I didn't do that. Whoops. Okay, minor hiccup. Okay, so let's just jump right into it. You can see this guy is 20 pixels tall, which is usually what the FireRed sprites go up to. Some of them are 19 pixels tall or so. I think the ponytail causes this lady to be a little taller. But we're going to try and stay within the limits reasonably. I do like to pick really bright colors, as I have over here just prepared. And the FireRed sprites are definitely a lot less saturated than this, but we do what we want here. So let's move this little pink guy out of the way because I just scribbled him for the thumbnail. He can be a little creature over here. And we'll take our base and we'll just move him over. And once again, you can grab this guy from the Discord server. The link should be around. I think if I do this, type Discord in the chat, that's the link to the server if you'd like to join. Not sure if that's going to show up on YouTube or not, but the link should be in the description. Anyway, so here's our little guy for reference. Kind of inspired by like a Fallout New Vegas gambler style. He also kind of looks like Elvis to me. He might sound like Johnny Bravo in my brain. Deposa says, I saw the bot and grabbed my band hammer. Thank you for staying on alert. I don't know what's gonna happen in here with the bot situation. I am a new streamer, so hopefully they won't bother me too much. So all I'm doing here is color dropping his hair in on the base model. I know a lot of base models usually go bald. They're a little more something like this, but I kind of like to know where the hairline is, just so I can build off of it usually. So if I'm building a base, I usually like to keep a simple hairline on there. That's what I'll do. I'm just gonna cannibalize from these other sprites. These are my other OCs. Mono says, I love the heart eye. Thank you very much. I was really happy with how it came out. I'd like it so that he can change like suits, literally, like his eye can change and this heart can change on here. But the heart was really the easiest shape to draw, as you can see up here. And it kind of fit the best. He's for maybe a future project one day, maybe not. I would like to have a bunch of games lined up. If you don't know about me, I don't have any games done yet, but I am an aspiring indie dev, famous last words, so hopefully I'll have a lot more to share this year about what I'm working on. So let's steal the skin tones from up here. I'll just cancel them in. It'd be tricky to see if I can incorporate the heart eye into the FireRed kind of sprite, but we might have to get a little creative. One thing we're gonna want to do is try and get his swirly in here, because that's kind of his iconic little thing. Given very limited space, that's not looking too bad already. Why don't I have my little chat box up? There we go. I see it goes away. Okay. Yeah, so one thing I was thinking about with this whole streaming attempt is, since I am working on some indie games, I have one called Woodsy Whatnots. It's going to be a Paper Mario inspired RPG. I was thinking, since I'm doing a bunch of sprite art anyway, I might as well do it live. And that way I could hang out with people while I draw. Let me know if the music is too loud as well. So I'm immediately noticing the limitations of this size here is that bit tricky to fit his little swoop in. So maybe I'll go higher, actually. Maybe I started too low. I mean, hey, chance to meet some new friends, have more fun, and make some jokes. Yeah, absolutely. I would love to get into the whole art community more. And I would love it if people knew my style and my name and all that. But we'll see. We'll see. This is a decent first start, I think. I might be a little nervous because it's my first go at doing art live. But we'll see how she goes. So as you can see, Jaqueen's ears over here are quite a bit further out. So even though on the mannequin he's got them right here, I'm going to use this space for sideburns instead. Still need room for the eye though. And then we'll simply move the ears out. And this is fine for FireRed sprites because they do... See up here? They do push it a little wider. Can't tell if it's on this one or not, but they will take up this entire space here. You're doing wonderful. I'd say just try your best not to think about it, so just have fun chatting. Thank you. I am a critical, chronic overthinker, but I will do my best to chill. I'm gonna move this pink guy out of the way a little more so we can see what we're doing and we're not bumping up against other things here. You can tell on the FireRed sprites as well, they have this kind of three-tone skin approach, so they have the lightest color, and then a shade, sort of like a shadow. Here, actually, let me pull it up. Oh yeah, so lightest color, a shade, and then a shadow, and then this brown kind of serves as like a highlight to the outline, which we can utilize as well. So, and if you are pixelating this sprite at home, do feel free to share what you made or what you're making in the Discord or with me or anything, because that would be really cool to see what you make. Let's go back to our OC over here, and we'll grab red that I like to use. Might be the hardest part is getting the eye in, because it's such a specific shape. Something we could try is, you know, it might be worth just actually using the exact same shape, because it's kind of important to his look, and it still barely fits in here. I'm a chronic chatter, so hopefully I can help you overthink less by being here and letting my ADHD riddled mind just yap and ask questions. Please do. Questions about my OCs is like my greatest desire. If somebody asks me, yo, what's this guy's favorite food that you made up in your brain, I am gonna be pleased as punch. That said, I don't have a favorite food picked out for most of my characters, so that would be an interesting. I'm still not loving the swirl effect. It's not quite circular enough. What would this guy's favorite card game be? I love 21 Blackjack. Gambling's bad, but and that is actually part of his character. I want him, in my mind, he works at like a casino for a piggy bank. Because once again, all these, I have a bunch of OCs that are based on toys. So he's based on playing cards, and he works for a piggy bank, and he's in debt to the guy, but he actually doesn't want people to gamble because he knows how dangerous it is. So he kind of often persuades them not to, because he's a good guy. But if I had to pick one, I guess I would say Blackjack, because man, that is fun. Really easy too. All you got to do is count of couple low numbers. What I did here is I just took the highlight from the face and I added it to the top of the ear. That way you can see in the little preview down here, it helps that pop as more than just like more skin. Now it kind of looks like he has like a bright part and a dark part. Gives it like some shape. Blackjack is fun. I usually play poker a bit more, but I do enjoy blackjack from time to time. Yes, poker is super duper fun as well. Unfortunately, because once again, gambling bad, but poker is super duper fun. I have watched some poker live streams just to see what like the pros are like, and I guess you can get consistently good at it, but I'm the 21 queen, B Posa says in chat. Correct. She is. I tried to show her blackjack. My wife, everybody. Give her a hand. I tried to show her blackjack and she's like, wait, I know this. And then I got the ace instantly and won. So the natural one. Blackjack. I'm not happy with the swoop yet. It needs to have like a swirl factor to it. That's decent. But as you can see, this is a bit too solid up here, because when we're zoomed out, kind of just looks like an extra chunk. So I'm going to break it up. A bit more of the lighter black. Maybe we'll space it out a bit. Yeah, that has kind of a decent ramp to it. Hooray for wife. Yes. We have other versions of games with fake virtual money. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The like all the casinos in Mario 64 and Paper Mario. It's fun stuff. Fun stuff. Nothing like, or the casinos in Fallout that are like super busted and you can make 1,000,000 caps. Super easy. My grandparents had taught it to me as 21, so when Chip said blackjack, I had no idea they were the same. Yes, this is true. Posa IRL was like, I don't know if I know how to play blackjack, and then she's like, oh, I know. Muscle memory kicked in. So this is looking pretty good, and sleight of hand is also really, really cool. It is cool. It's certified cool. They made a whole movie about it. The whole Now You See Me situation. But makes magicians cool too. Certified cool magicians. So I'm happy with the size of the sideburns. I think I might bring it out all the way to the edge here, so they're really, really meaty. When you zoom out, his sideburn is twice as big as his ear, which I think is kind of funny. What else? On the original, I have this blush between the eyes, as you can see here, which I really like to do. I do it on a lot of my characters. I did on these guys, which I should have pulled up, but I can do that in a minute. They all, in their normal sprites, they all have that. In fact, actually, real quick side tangent, I promise. Pull up, do. This is another one of my OCs. He's massive. As you can see, I love doing this blush in between the eyes. It just gives it like a really cute little nose bit. And my PNG tuber has it as well, I just noted. But all this to say, the Pokemon sprites don't actually have that. The professor does. I guess that's to give him more of like a unibrow kind of shape. New follower, let's freaking go! It's Chiptroid. Thank you for being here. I think I was competing with you for a second there. I was just going live. I'm not sure if you just ended stream, but thank you, Chiptroid. I always love watching your pixel art creations. Hooray for new follower. Absolutely, Pog. What is this saying? Yes. So the professor looks like he uses that to highlight like his brow, but usually they don't. They use it more of a gradient on these characters. The player doesn't have it at all. I think it's just to make the face read a bit nicer. So I'll follow what they do. I won't put the shade between the eyes. Chiptroid says, bro, I didn't see the live ping until just now. I was so ready to. Oh, good. I'm not sure if I have rating set up or if it's on by default. But thank you. All good. Thanks for tuning in regardless. Chiptroid's making a cool game called Angels and Demons. He's part of the Paperverse group as well, which I am a part of. We're making a bunch of Paper Mario inspired games separately, independently, but kind of like all inspired by the same thing. So check out the Paperverse community. Definitely. He posted drop some bees in chat. I made those bees. I make emojis. I make emotes. I make a lot of things available for commission. DM me. Okay, so I'm not gonna put extra shadow here. I'm leaving this because it kind of gives him the eyebrow that he has in the base sprite. But I feel like it doesn't need to be here because it just creates like a bit of a weird bump. It kind of looks like he has a different hairstyle, but without it, this kind of looks more eyebrow-esque to me. Great. Okay, what else do we gotta do? I could give him a highlight on the hair, and these sprites do actually have them, so I might as well. I'll steal this color I like from over here. We'll do a similar vibe. I do have some side quests to run, but I'll be lurking in both streams. Oh, thanks so much, man. Appreciate that. Enjoy your side quests. And thank you for joining in. I hope to be streaming a bunch more, but it all kind of depends on how much courage I can build up, because I am also a bit of a coward and a little shy. But yeah, have a good night with whatever you're working on. Okay. The question I always ask myself is, does they need a mouth? Usually in the FireRed sprites, they don't rock any mouth at all, or ever. Don't try to force yourself too much. I will not. I will try to just be myself, if possible. Ding! Big smile. I'm tempted to give this guy a mouth. It kind of looks like the Awesome Face mouth, like this. But if I was sticking to it being kind of style consistent, I probably wouldn't. In this case, on one hand, it looks really cute. And it is kind of fitting for him, so I'm gonna leave it for now, and we can always walk it back later. So I'm thinking this is looking pretty good. The swoop is very dramatic. Let's see what happens if we just move it down one. Gonna highlight that with the old lasso tool and then arrow key it down. Ooh. So what we're gonna do, we're actually gonna make a new frame. As you can see, my infamous one layer strategy. And this. Now we can go back and forth and compare a little bit. I almost feel like this one is more accurate. But for the sake of over-exaggerating it, so it's really visible, we'll leave it super poofy. This is another one of my OCs in the same universe in my made-up mind. She is based on a Tamagotchi, and he's based on cards. Great. So we'll leave the swoop. We got our 2 layers. We have this bit of shading underneath the hairline, which always looks really good to separate the face from the hair. It kind of like... That's even not too bad with the darker color. it gives it like this hair is three-dimensional and it's sticking out from the face. Do I like the darker color? Or is that too much? Depends on how thick his hair is. And if you gotta decide in your mind. And let me know if the music is at a good volume or not as well. I think it's working for now. We got a bit of a playlist going of chill tune. Okay. Trying to decide between if I like the lighter or the darker. Pixel artist. It changes 1 pixel and assures you that it affects the entire sprite. Another thing I'm doing here, which I really love to do, is to just grab any color and slowly mouse over the sprite to see how it affects it. Because sometimes when you're zoomed in like this, it's just impossible to know like what these squares mean. But if I just move this around, like what happens if I put this there? Now it kind of looks like he has a little neck. I put this here, kind of looks like he's looking off to the left. And what happens if I mouse over and that makes his ear bigger? In this case, I kind of like having the 2 color tones there. Gives it like a nice round shape to his face. We'll just erase that, scribble that away. Make a new frame. So we can go back if we ever don't like something we did. And now we're going to try and get his suit going in here. So we don't have a center line because of the dimensions of the sprite. But we can go down on the spot I put his mouth, and it just kind of looks like his body is turned to one side, which might be okay. Or here is okay as well. Let's try here for now. I've changed my mind immediately. Grab the red I like to use constantly. This red I stole from some art. I think a good tip as well, just to download any art you love with really pretty colors, and you can always color pick them because very few colors are copyrighted. A few are, I think. But the best artists yoink yoink colors from other art, I think. I think that's a fair thing to say. So I've colored in body with this red. We're going to want to decide how much brightness to add on his arms here. I kind of like that right away. That has just the 1 darker pixel on the inside. And usually when I'm looking at a sprite, I'm looking down here at this little window. That way I can be super zoomed in, but my eyes are down here looking at how it looks like zoomed out, because of course you only ever see sprites as they're really tiny. Okay. Did my music cut out? The question. I'm not seeing it now. We'll see, we'll see. It's playing in my ears, but it stopped working. RIP. There we go. Always watch your stream, I guess. Anything could happen. So I like... Yeah, I like the dark pixel just being on the sleeve there. We can add a bit more definition to his hand by using the darker colors. In fact, grab the dark brown, the dark red rather. separate that a bit. Fixed is this galaxy? I believe this is. Or actually no, this is like a Wii Sports type beat. To think of it. So grab a white, because on our little character here, he has a collar. That'll help separate the head from the body. I think this mouth might be more trouble than it's worth. As you can see, it's kind of giving him like a reverse milk mustache, like a milk beard, which is not what we want. So let's actually wind this back. We'll grab a dark gray that we like. And we're kind of mimicking this color pattern from the top. Let's look at the originals. They usually have a little line under the face. That's pretty solid. So something like that, which you can see immediately separates everything nicely. Zabadabadoo. Grab the gray. Trying to make this this collar that he has, supposed to be wearing a red suit. I think that looks all right. We'll grab same color as his hair for his pants, because it's always really good to reuse as many colors as possible. It just gives it a really harmonious look when you're doing a sprite. Let's see what it looks like with the red down here, just to give his legs a bit of shape. Because if we do solid black, it this kind of becomes one piece. But if we grab this outline color, like these guys have, as you can see on the hand, they don't use black to wrap around the entire thing. It actually adds some pops to separate elements. So that's what we'll do as well. We'll grab a red and we'll just separate the hand from the leg. Let's color this in and we'll see where to go from there. Character has big white kind of cowboy boot looking things, so we'll try to reincorporate that somehow. Something like this. Grab you can see I'm just kind of exploring right now. I've taken this this gray and I just mouse over the foot to see kind of what I like best. Still watching down here in the preview. We'll try this for now, try and give him like toes. Problem is, this guy has a very pronounced bit of shoe there. Oh, I missed a message from way back on YouTube. Brother Boss says, hello chat. Hello, Brother Boss. That did not show up on my little monitor here. Oh wait, no, it did. I just completely missed it. My apologies. Hello. Hello, bro. Welcome in. Okay, good to know, good to know. Okay. So I actually have a Twitch chat window and then I have a all chat window, so I gotta keep my eye on the all chat window. Good to know. Because I don't want to miss anybody. And in fact, I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna give you a wave. Hello. I'm waving with my PNG tuber. Wait till you guys see the other emotions he can do. He can do this. But yeah, anyway. Back to the sprite. What I was saying is, his boot sticks out in the original sprite. But this one is looking very, very small and not sticking out. See if we can give it some more definition. That looks like he's doing the splits, which doesn't look great. So we'll just wind that back. And let's see how far we've gotten since the last layer. Yeah, we've we've definitely made progress, so I'll do another frame here. And do we want to give him a bit of a bigger fist, less hand, or maybe a bit more coattail on his jacket there? Or it's not called coattail, but it'd be the, you know, the side bit where the suit kind of splits. I think this looks good for a magician, but for him, a bit too much. We can make his hand a little bigger, and we'll use this shade color to give him a bit of a waist there. So it kind of looks like it tucks in a little tiny bit. So far, so good. One cute little detail on this sprite is that he actually does have a card up his sleeve, indicated by 2 pixels. I think we can get away with that with what they usually call an orphan pixel, which is just when it kind of stands out on its own, which is usually a negative thing, but for details, sometimes it's fun just to do it anyway. I think that looks all right. What do we think, chat? I'm thinking that kind of sells the idea. Even if it's just 1 pixel, it kind of, we'll grab not the darkest shade, but the second, separate it a little more so we have all 3 colors here. It goes light, darkest, and then lightest. Give it a bit of a fade. I think that looks okay. I'd like to get the card in there as much as possible, but I don't want it to distract too much either. I'm really liking how this is looking already, though. These 2 pixels are really helping. That just looks like he's a perfect square, but then the second you add a bit shade on the hip, like all of a sudden, that's a man right there. That's a whole man. Do we like that for the sleeve? And zoom out really far. And is it noticeable enough without? What we can try is just grabbing a different color to outline it. Not too bad, but I think it's kind of making... I'm spending a lot of time on this one little detail, but... I think I like it like this. It's a bit... sticks out a bit because it has like a similar look to his collar. But that's okay, as long as it doesn't totally distract. And we'll look at our reference again. How much shading do they put on the arms? Usually not too much. It's either like fully colored in. Here, I'll swap to my close-up view. Yeah, on the FireRed sprites, it's usually fully shaded. This guy has it at the top of his arms. Professor has a bit of shading on the very outside of his coat. And these 2 have it kind of like a wraparound look, which is kind of what I'm using. So we'll go back. And I think I'm pretty happy with it just being at the bottom still. Hands are looking good. You can see what it looks like if we give him a bit more hands, but I don't think that's super necessary. Okay, so what else? Back to the boots, which I got massively distracted with. And try and really size them up. That's looking a bit like he's wearing massive white socks. Exactly what I want. Question is, how do I get the curve of the boot without making his whole foot way too big? I guess what I could do is shrink the whole leg here. Dead, and kind of gives indent. Do something like that. That makes his legs quite significantly smaller, and it's not really in the FireRed style, because they have quite thick legs. Professor kind of has implied boots there. So maybe you just stick with what the reference suggests. But here's what we'll do. I'll actually keep this. I'll just yoink. So we'll keep this, but we'll wind everything back. And then we'll make a new layer. And so this is our super tiny version, which I still do like. But it's not consistent with the art style, which we're gonna try to stick with. See how possible that is. These guys don't have any bright spots on their shoes at all. They're quite solid. So far, this is the trickiest bit. That gives him sort of the boot shape, but it also connects a bit too much with the hands, and it looks like there's a big diagonal line right here of all the pixels lining up, which is just something that happens sometimes, but not what we want. Go back to our guy. And you know what, chat? I'm gonna change the music real quick. We'll bring in a bit of this. Oh yeah. Right somewhere there. Alright, so I'm a little more exciting, so I'm not putting everybody to sleep who is watching. We could give him a bit of a neck using one pixel, which these guys don't have. But it is a really cute look. Just one of those things where you gotta decide, do I want to be myself? Or do I want to be... We'll stick to it for now. I do like it, but I'll try to be accurate. We can add a bit more shading on the inside, where his jacket kind of... Oh, I like that. As you can see, I just took the color and I was mousing around just to see what it would look like. I like it above the button, because then it gives it this sort of effect, where it has like a it moves over and then comes back. So let's actually, we're going to highlight this section. We're going to flip it with Shift H. And then, what did I do? Put it on the top. And that sort of gives it this like button curve that I like, as you can see in the reference. The one thing is that it does change. It does kind of change his belly a little bit. It makes it look quite a bit bigger just because I moved it over one, or maybe that's just me. We could shade the whole thing in. I think looks okay. Wind back that whole decision. See what it looks like on the. I'm zooming out just to see what it looks like. Well, it's tiny. I think I'm okay with this. Keep messing with it. You know, this does look actually pretty accurate to the reference, because this side of the suit is smaller, and this side of the suit kind of overlaps it a little bit. As you can see, it's kind of flipped over itself, or buttoned over itself, so I'm happy with that. I don't think I can fit as dramatic of a collar in here as the reference has. We could play around with it. Of course, anything we do to the face shape affects the face itself. So if we did like bring the suit up to try and give him more of a collar, it would affect everything else, which is always the trick of pixel art. So, how are we looking? Still thinking the feet are looking a little wonky. Like his stance is a little wide. That is how a lot of them are positioned, as having a quite wide stance. But that I wasn't gonna put chat asleep, but then I immediately put on a very sleepy track, just how it worked out. Little vibes. We can bring his legs in all the way, and then they are super kind of condensed again. And as you can see, we're accidentally going back to this, which just sort of happens. Sometimes you wind things back, and they end up back to the thing you just did. Sort of the process. Is there anything else we can do here? Play around. This gives him sort of like an elf shoe, which isn't totally incorrect, but I think it's just a bit too wrong. Kind of looks like he's standing on two little toilet seats, or two little white bananas. Not what we. Back still. Is there anything else we can do here? That line is okay. Bring it up. I'm kind of repeating things I was attempting before. Sometimes once you change the top half, you kind of have to go back and reconsider. So that's looking pretty decent, I think. I've given him this tip of white on the tip of the shoe to kind of indicate that it has like an edge that sticks out without actually making it stick out, because this just looks too wrong. Too much in that. Might be a limitation of the style, that his shoes can't be too big. We could change the outline to sort of imply that they're bigger, but it's all for my liking. I think we'll leave it here. Line in more time. Kind of like that. Again, it gives them this big old gap between the legs. Wind it back one more time. Stick to the style that the FireRed sprites are, where they have this kind of U shape on the bottom of the foot. That's what we'll do. Have the same. As you can see, it goes here, 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 and here. Which is what they use, so let's stick with that. And I think that's about right. Am I forgetting anything at all? I could experiment with the pants being brighter or just give it a pop of highlight, but I don't think it needs it. You can make a portion more simple, then often better too. So I think I'm good without highlighting the pants at all. Yeah, so we'll stick with that. Just looking over, we'll make a new frame. And we'll just see. Let's try and bring the mouth back one more time. Just come on. That is so cute. Gives him a really cute smile, which the original does have as well. It's always worth considering. The objective is to make him look like this guy. Once again, within the style limitations. Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, I was just mousing around randomly, and the black pixel landed on the top of his ear. And I just noticed I kind of like that shape. Not exactly for him because his ears aren't super big. But for other characters, I would definitely like, I kind of like the look of that. Especially if it is like a robot with like two things on the side. Yeah, oh, this is Tammy over here. She has a little button on the side. And I don't mind that at all. Just giving it a bit thicker of an outline. But for him, no need. Let's see. Anything else we can do here? We can add more shadows to the hair to give it more of a curve. I don't think it needs it. Let's look at the reference again. A lot of them don't have too much shading or anti-aliasing, is what it's known as in the old pixel art, where you break up a color with a lighter color in between. The player's hat has it at the very corners just to round it out a bit. I'm talking about these two dots here. But in the case of hair, it's only used kind of sparingly. Like this color is the very outline, but there's no color right below it to kind of fade it. It's just like another style thing. So I don't think we need it. Even though usually on a lot of my sprites, I would absolutely anti-alias the absolute heck out of it. Because I love making things soft and round, so I would usually, but for him, we'll leave him. Great. One thing is, this color on the side is kind of giving him like an unintentional bang, maybe? If we get rid of that, the sideburns become a bit more apparent. Once again, Pixel Artist makes one pixel adjustment and assures you that it affects the entire thing. This is pivotal. Make a new frame and see what the mouth looks like lower now. We had that earlier. It blends too much into the jacket, so it would have to be higher. But I think I'm happy with that. I think it looks like Jack Queen. Jack Queen King. Jack Queen. So if we want to do the back sprite, little life hack, just copy paste. You flip him so that he's essentially facing the other way. Let's put him in a square that's not touching anything else, just to make it a little easier. And then we will simply color him in. As you can see, just by erasing the face, it already looks like his head is turned completely around. In the perspective of this guy, as you can kind of see on the reference already, you can't see the curl from the back. So we will scrub that away. We just leave 1 pixel to imply kind of floops over there. Yeah. Like that. Just trying to decide how much loop to give him. And we can add a big shadow on the back just to say this is a rounded object. You know, his head is a circle in our mind's eye here. So if we leave the top light and do a bit of a U shape on the bottom, kind of makes it look rounded off a bit more. Make the hair a little bigger because sometimes hair is poofier at the back than it is at the front. See how much we can get away with there. That's quite a lot bigger. Do we like that, or is that too much? I think I like it bigger than smaller. Let me make sure everything's still going here on my stream. Da-da-da-da-do. Yep, should still be. Oh man, did my music stop again? This is unacceptable. The chill tunes. Okay, should be going again. Not sure why it kicks out like that. Okay, so on the reference, he has this collar at the back. We can incorporate really easily. Then we can simply erase the details from the front, and we'll see that looks. This line is a bit too much, but I do want the jacket to poke down a bit. And use the shade color to This actually looks like a heart, funny enough, on his back, but I still think it's a bit too much. We can add more shadow to the boot to imply that we're not seeing the front of it anymore. Feet are still giving me the hardest time. And I'm just so tempted to add some sort of like curve to the shoe, but it's not working again. So I think that's fine. If we color in the whole shoe, this is the exact opposite of the front, where I have the shadow on the heel. I think that actually really works, because now it looks like this light pixel is the back of the heel sticking out, whereas here the dark pixel is the heel blending in behind everything else in my brain. So yeah, happy with that. Not sure if this makes as much sense now. This shape here, we could fill in that and make the fist a bit bigger on the back, and the trade-off is that we can use the darkest red to outline the bottom of the jacket. Probably worth keeping the black here just to keep the shape of the legs. And how do we feel about the highlight? You probably wouldn't see a highlight underneath the floop of his hair, even though we do have it on the front. I imagine, though, because the light would be hitting here, kind of thing. So you maybe would see this little one dot. Or the light could be hitting straight down. And this is just the one pixel that's sticking out from the hair floop. So, still happy with that. We can add some shine to the top of it. But maybe it's not necessary. Instead, we can put it to outline a bit. Kind of like that. Just gives it a bit of shine on the back. Move it one pixel over. Pretty good. Really comes down to preference. Like, you could have the shine wrap all the way around the head, something like that, but the human eye is really good at figuring out where lines should go, so you can kind of imply the line and your brain will fill in the rest, which is really useful for pixel art. Like, for example, I have this pencil that I made for the thumbnail of the YouTube live stream, which I haven't gotten up yet, but as you can see, I didn't actually complete this line because you don't need to. And I didn't add the highlight all the way down because you just need a little bit. I could even probably get rid of this. And that looks okay. But you don't always need to complete the shape. You can just start it and the rest of the pixels can blend in. Because this kind of makes it look a little rounder in my opinion, not having the line be completed. Alright, so how are we looking here? It's probably not going to be possible to get the heart on the back of his jacket. But we can certainly try. I think it's just going to be a bit too messy. we could leave 2 dots there to sort of imply that there's something. And then in other sprites, if the character has them, then you add the more detail. I kind of like that. I've given it a bump. Kind of just looks like the back of a suit, how it kind of tapers inwards. But there's the implication there's something there. Oh yeah, maybe even like a little coattail. The reference doesn't have it, but I think it makes for a nice shape there, just to kind of sell this is in fact a suit. We can add more shading on the back of his arms if we want. The perspective on the card, on the reference, it's kind of tucked in the side of his sleeve. But in this sprite, to see it, we kind of put it on the front. So you might not actually see it from the back of the suit. So let's see what it looks like without. We also don't want to forget about. I think that does work. Let's do the same trick again. We'll wind everything back before we made the big change, make a new frame, and then we'll paste it so we can compare. This is with, and this is without. I think it's fine without, because again, we had to shift it. This make-believe, if you're just joining us, this is supposed to be a playing card he has in his sleeve. But we don't have to see it from all angles, I don't think. Let's see. We've also changed the way the hands look by having the brightest color swap positions. See how that looks. Yeah, I like that. So now what we're doing is we're using the darkest color of our skin shading tone on the inside, and that kind of looks like his knuckles would be sticking out. You gotta do a lot of mental gymnastics when you're doing pixel art. Because you have to make up the details and try and imply them with a very small space, which is a lot of fun as well. And if you're just joining us as well, we have the base sprite right here available in our Discord. You can download this guy. Whoops. Oh no. You can download this guy and make your own sprite at home. I'm using the program Aseprite, but he's a PNG, so you can drag him in anywhere and edit him as much as you like. And then please do share what you make afterwards. I'd love to see it. I still haven't given up on giving him bigger shoes. Kind of like that. Alright, I've given him a bit of a heel to his boot, and maybe that's the secret sauce it was missing. Okay, but I can't go. Sometimes you gotta just say, you know what? That's how it looks. Let's move on, or else I'll be adjusting one pixel all day, which I often do. I often do. Just move one pixel back and forth, but for the sake of stream, I shall not. Big shoes. Yes, indeed, Beposa, big shoes. Great. So, this guy done? let's look at the reference one more time. I don't have the back sprites on here, but I could pull them up. A really good resource is spritersresource.com. It has a lot of reference on there on how things should look in the games they come from. So what we're going to do is to our reference. See how big or small this is. It's huge. He's wearing a backpack, so it's a bit hard to see, and also because it's a very tiny PNG. I could have pasted this right in Aseprite, but he's fine. Okay, so looking at the back sprites, they are really dark, most of them. A lot of them are using heavy shading to imply like there's lots of shadow at the back end. The reason I bring this up is because we could go even a little harder. But I don't think it's super necessary. Ignore all that. I just wanted to double check how colored in this whole should look. And that kind of takes away our little applied detail here, so we'll leave it. So there's another little guy. This is Jacqueline King. Fairly complete. And then to make him walk, we would move one fist forward and sort of delete the opposite leg. No, is that how it works? Delete the same leg. Don't think we'll be animating this stream, but just to sell the idea. It would be something like this. No, that's not right. My mistake. The opposite leg, that's how humans walk. So, and like I said, I only use one layer, which not the best habit, but I don't usually mind having to redraw to the body. So basically, I did this in 2 seconds, but not the most effective way to do it. It kind of looks like he would be taking a step. This obviously needs a lot of work if it were a walking animation, but we won't do that today, just to sell the idea. Okie dokie day. So, now the question is, what do we want to sprite next? I think that was, oh, you know what? Here, just for comparison's sake, I'm gonna pull up this gal right here, show you what she looks like. Going deep into my archives. And by that I mean artfight.net, because that's where I keep all my favorite characters. Don't know about Artfight? It's a yearly art competition where people will draw each other's characters. It's like an art gifting game, art trading game, mostly art gifting, which is so much fun. So I have a lot of my characters up on there. This is Tammy. She is inspired by a Tamagotchi. And then as a FireRed sprite, I shrunk her down to this. And she's in the same world as Jacqueline over here, so now they can be reunited. like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Some alterations may be needed, some small details, but... No. Do we want to try... Endo character, perhaps? Thinking we could try, like, a Link, or Zelda, or... I know there's a really good... I've seen a lot of good Marios in this style. I could try my own, but I feel like he's been well done, well conquered in the FireRed Sprite style. How we doing, chat? Just making sure everything's still going here, I think. Absolutely, we're still live. Are we live on the YouTube as far as I know? Is it live and fun? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, stream quality is excellent. Excellent. I'm really grateful nothing exploded on my first try here. And the music is still going. Even better. Even better. Okay. You know what, chat? We've been drawn for an hour. So I'm gonna stand up and stretch. I suggest everyone take a little stretch break. And I will be back in like 1 minute. Okay. Check out my cool BRB screen. Woo! Hello, chat. Is that Paper Mario music I hear? That has drawn me back from my Gatorade break. I've gotten myself a fresh bevy. Feel free at home to collect a quick drinky poo. And thanks again for coming out. If you're just joining us, I'm Chip. I am a budding indie game developer, a pixel artist in training, attempted pixel artist. And tonight we're drawing some sprites in the style of the Game Boy FireRed games. As you can see here, we got a little army of dudes and dudettes building up. I think next, because he'd be pretty easy, we could try Link. And question is, which one? Probably, what does Kamsadi say a Minish Cap look like? I guess that was just Toon Link. Type in Toon Link Sprite to the old Google. Or, in fact, we could try interpreting it this art instead. Because a lot of characters don't have sprites exactly. Grab another one here, slapping them on my little reference board. That's almost exactly the same. Smash 4 render versus Smash Ultimate render be like. Let's just, I was gonna say delete my OCs, but we can just tuck them over there. Oop. Alright, can probably work with this. Give me 1 second here. I do want to pull up the Minish Cap sprite itself, so I can see how they style his face. In my opinion, no shame at the reference game. Gosh, struggling to find him actually. What? Okay, sorry about that. We have a version. That'll do, just so I can see kind of face is done. There. Something like that. Gives us a view of all the different forms of our boy Link here. Okay, so immediately I can tell on the Minish sprite his ears are really high up his head. It's kind of funny. I guess they were just trying to sell the fact that it's very pointed upwards, and that's achieved by just moving the whole ear up itself. We can just we can replicate here a little bit. Well, I'm gonna do a similar vibe, and once again, this base sprite is available for free on the old Discord. I'm gonna slap it in the chat. Diddly-diddly-doo. Discord. Oop. There. So you can join us there if you want to download this guy. And we don't want to copy the exact sprite here. We want to do our own thing. But because it is pixel art, a lot of the shapes might end up being quite similar. I always think of like when you're drawing a sword in pixel art without doing the Minecraft sword. You're gonna end up with a Minecraft sword a lot of the time just because it's so like this. Whoop, this. You have. I haven't drawn a Minecraft sword in a minute, but basically, if you're doing something like, I think something's wrong about that, but like I say, if you do something like this, I think that's the Minecraft sword from memory. Yes. Maybe. Yes. It's something like that. And that looks kind of cool. You're going to end up making similar shapes a lot. So, forgive us if this looks a little too similar, but we'll try not to. So, once again, we're doing it in the style of the FireRed guys, which means typically no mouth, 2 little eyes, 2 little dots for eyes, and that's what we'll be sticking with. And no whites in the eyes either. Just how the style is done. He has blue eyes in the Minish Cap sprites. We could definitely do. And I have a bunch of colors that I like pre-picked out. This is just the palette that I usually go towards. Once again, it's very saturated. I like me a bright, strong color. The FireRed sprites are not nearly this bright, which is just a creative choice I'm making that you can go with as well, do your own thing, or you want to be totally accurate to the original game. This palette would be available like from Sprites resource. You could just grab these exact tones. And it looks like my music stopped again. Unless I'm wrong. Double check. Boop. Alright, hopefully that's still going. Great. Anyway, so what we can do here is make sure, is it contiguous? Yes. Wasn't sure if it was continuous or contiguous, but if you make sure this is checked and you go to the old paint bucket here, it'll connect all of those colors. If this is unchecked, when you go to paint bucket, it's going to paint all of the color that you pick. So that would choose everything of that shade we don't want, so click that on. Just like that. And we're gonna try making Link's pointy hat best we can here. Already in the bottom corner, that's looking fairly Link-shaped. We can use a darker color that's not black for the tips of the outline. Like on the FireRed sprites, you'll notice the hair especially is outlined with not black, but just like a very dark version of whatever the main color is. But when there is a shadowy spot like under the edge of the cap here, they do use black, so you can kind of like make an outline shade basically. Is a very popular style, which I do like as well. That's what we'll do. Just have to decide how much shading I want. I think a decent amount because we want to sell it as a hat. That's like made out of a soft fabric. Again, with pixel art, you gotta just use your imagination a lot when it comes to like texturing anything, because it's all just made out of squares. So like, for example, this is supposed to be metal. She's got like a robot head. So you just add the brightest color on top as like a metallic shine. Whereas with hair, you just add like little lines, like on my PNG tuber, for example. He has like a little shine on the bit of his hair as opposed to a big circle, because it's supposed to be a soft material. So that's what we'll do for him. We'll probably shade it quite a bit. Might be a bit too much, but it depends on where his hair bangs are. The iconic Link hair bangs. So at these guys a little closer. Very round. Take the hairline, swoop it away. A little point. Take a darker color. Second point, maybe. Doesn't look too bad. Let's start getting the 3 different shades of the skin tone. That's, once again, we're just stealing from this palette that I already like and use quite a bit. No shame in wiping a color you like. Just download art you enjoy and use. I think that's accepted in the art community. I am new, but pretty sure that's it. He has these big eyebrows in the full render, as you can see here. I wonder if that's worth trying to incorporate into the little sprite. This makes him look really grumpy, which isn't the worst. Let's actually just fill this all in tone for now and make his head super big like a South Park character, and we can walk it back after. One thing you'll immediately notice with the yellow is that it blends into skin tones really easily, which is often why you'll need several kinds of yellows to make it stand out against the skin, depending on the skin tone, of course. This is supposed to be his ear. And I'm not totally sold on it. I know that's how the how the Minish Cap sprite is, but we could see about moving it as we see fit. This is our fan art. We choose what pixels go with. This is also a really big trust the process moment where this is going to look bad for a while until we start figuring out where things should go. Because I never considered that. The old yellow blend-in trick. Yeah, yellow's a really tricky one to work with. I found at least. And I started using it a lot just because I like how it pops, but it will. If you cover a character in yellow, sometimes it does look like they're naked from certain displays and monitors, which is unfortunate. But that is then worth considering. Do we get his pointy little ear in here? For FireRed sprites, they usually keep it as a 16 by 20, I think it is. Like this. Let's see if I can squeeze a 6 in here. Bit too low. Not a fan of how that looks at all, but this is not a number drawing stream. Hold on, I can make a better 6. I mean, that kind of sells it. It doesn't have the 6 hole. I don't know if there's a name for the hole in the 6, but okay, we've got massively distracted. Pokemon FireRed sprites. Usually keep it in this like 16 by 20 range, like the base is. So what I was saying is, with our link here, we don't want his ear to stick out beyond that, probably, if we want to keep it consistent to the art style, the FireRed art style, which makes things a little more difficult, but I think we'll be able to get away with it. Let's see. So this hairbang is causing a problem because it's touching the ear there, and that's kind of making it disappear. Tricky, so we'll add kind of swoops of hair with the very dark yellow, which definitely stands out from the rest of this. I would love to put his little squiggle mouth in here, but we just don't have the space. This one. That one right there, but we don't have the space, as is the limitation of the medium, which is okay. Is there another way we could get the eyebrow? How do they do it in the Minish Cap? Sort of have a similar format, except in Minish he had like this shape, a bigger gap in between the eye. We'll leave it for now. As these strands that come down and separate from the ear, like so. I'm getting a little lost in the details just because I have a jumble over here, so what I'm going to do is just copy one side and move it over. I know a lot of people use the mirror tool, where if you draw, so if you draw on this side, the exact same thing would happen on this side, but I just like to do it myself. I like to freehand it. That way I can kind of move pieces around. But that is a very good tool. I will not deny that. I like how this, with the 1 pixel on the bottom, looks for a bang, because it kind of looks like it narrows here we're implying that it narrows with this one shade down. And we could do the same thing on the other side as well. Let's see how. So it would be like this. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You can kind of feel it when it's coming together. Like when you zoom out, that's Link right there. That's Link. I don't care what you tell me that. For my dollar, I'm betting that's Link. Excuse me, which is good. Another question we will have to ask ourselves is eyebrows. Do we want it to overlap the hair? That's Link. That's Link right there, chat says. It's true. Peepo's in the chat. Peepo's a nose. Peepo's has collected almost every Korok to exist. I messed with the cheeks there, but I think Peepo's a nose. So yeah, we with the eyebrows, we're gonna want to decide if they go over the bang, which is kind of like a more of an anime look, because they're floating magically over the bang. But sometimes it's just worth doing, like that. Because technically that eyebrow is over his hair bang, but it just helps you to see it. Because if we didn't do that, we would have to do something like this instead. Which I do kind of like. Here's what we'll do. I like this, grab it. Rewind all our changes here. I've made some clutter for myself. I'm gonna move this out of the way. There we go. And sorry, I was just checking to see that I was in the art category on Twitch. And then we can, which I am. Good. Want to be part of the Twitch art community. Accept me, please. So we can actually make our preview window a little bigger and decide which look do we like more for the face. I'm kind of liking the one on the left here a little more. But the one on the right almost looks visually clearer because of how it kind of separates, like, up here is the hair, and then this square is the face. Whereas this one, it's kind of like, there's a face and there's hair. Somewhere in between there's a separation, but I might go with this one for now, just because sometimes visual clarity is more worth it than your personal desires, but I could be wrong. Just a style thing. It's hard to say. They're both looking Linkish. You can zoom out farther and see which one reads better. I think it is this one. Though it might not look as good up close to me when I zoom out, it just has a nice shape to it that makes everything nice and readable, so we'll do that. Do a new frame. Delete this old guy. Goodbye. He still exists in our memories and also in the previous frame. Okay. How are we doing? Chat? Let's music is still playing, which is good. Still live on the old YT. Absolutely, we are. Shoutouts to everyone in chat over there. We are actually multi-streaming for our first stream. Very ambitious, I think. Everything's still playing. It is great. Okay. Just doing a bit of my own maintenance on the back end. So, how do we want to style the hair? What I'm doing now, which I explained earlier, is I just take a color, any color in the sprite, and I just mouse over it and see what happens when it lands in certain spots. So for example, if I hover it here, kind of gives him like a little tiny 1 pixel neck. If I hover it here, it changes his eye color. If I hover it here, we can give him sort of like a sunken in. Oh, I really like that. Gives like the ridge of the nose a lot more shape. I was also saying earlier that on the FireRed sprites, as you can see in the reference, they usually don't have that shade between the eyes, which is something I love doing, like on my OCs over here. On this guy, a character I've drawn, they almost always have this little shading between their eyes, with the exception of the professor here, who actually does have it. It's kind of surprising, and that means it is technically canon art style choice, so we could do that. And so let's do that. Wink. Yeah. And that was found by just me exploring with my mouse, just dragging it around and just trying to find things that my regular human eyes wouldn't notice otherwise. So I'm outlining the yellow hair here again, just because yellow really has a hard time standing out against skin tones, so you need like some way to separate the face from the hair, and we're doing that with this very dark yellow. We could use a very dark green to give the cap more of a brim, which to me kind of makes it look more like a helmet now. And because it's soft, made of fabric, we're just gonna have to pretend that it would have a soft edge. A lot of pretending here. Pixel artists do a lot of playing make-believe in their brain. Messing with the top of the hat. And playing around with the size of the bangs. I think I like how we have it. Would explore what it would look like to add like a little hair split right here. Like you can see on the renders, he has this big line that separates 2 big chunks of hair. And you can accomplish that in pixel art usually by just like a single square or 2. That doesn't look too bad. We can take it back a step. It's just the previous frame I had before. Just compare. Yeah, I think that's worth having right here to give the hair a bit more shape. Bit more going on. Doodly-doo. We'll have to decide if we like does that look like elf ears? Does that kind of look like he has like really big round hobbit ears? thing is we're gonna have to decide if it's worth keeping this extra pixel on the edge. It gives the ears a bit more point. When you zoom out, I think I like with it. Let's do our same trick. Take him, copy him, paste him on another layer, and we can compare a few different styles. Again, we're trying to keep it in this 16 pixel wide range because that is what FireRed sprites are like. So we don't really want to add a pixel there, despite that achieving what we want. And if you are just doing it for fan art's sake, I personally think that's totally acceptable. But if we're trying to stick to the same size of these guys, we will not. We shan't. Simply shall not break the rules they have established. Let's see, we can flick back and forth between our two different versions here. The attempt is to give this ear more space so that it looks bigger, but then add shading to imply the that it has like point here with this bright pixel on the end. I think kind of works. This also makes the ear look a lot bigger this way, because we have given it, you know, we've given it this whole section devoted to the ear. I kind of like that personally. One of those things with pixel art where you just kind of have to squint when you look at it, because from far away, it definitely looks like a big ear, big pointy ear to me. But when you're so close up, it's just like, that's a square. I don't know what that's a square to me. Which is why my secret life hack for pixel art is always look at a little tiny zoomed out version like we have down here. This is everything to me. This preview window, gotta have it. That way I know what it'll look like when people are actually looking at it at the intended size, which is very small. So, we could make the hairbang poofier. Poof it out a little bit, if we so chose. Which I do really like as well. By adding detail, we're also adding like a lot more visual noise. You can see the amount of pixels is increasing exponentially. But that's just what you get when you're trying to do more detail. FireRed sprites don't have a ton of detail, all things considered. So, art style choice, yada yada. It is up to the beholder. Do I like the poofier bangs or not? A tried true method of winding that back. Command setting a bunch of that. Make a new frame, and then we'll bring him back again so we can compare. I think I could go either way. The thing is with Toon Link here, he does have quite a poof on the side, but It's not needed to still read as being fairly, you know, fluffy. Just because. Hello, Noir in chat. Hello. I was just saying, just because people already kind of know this character. They kind of know already what his hair is like. So if this was an OC that was showing up for the first time, maybe you would want to make these bangs really poofy if that's what you want to sell. But as is, it might be fine without. So I think that's what we'll do. Hello to New Orange Chat. I see you're on the YouTube side of my multi-stream, which is awesome. I'm glad YouTube is working, because I'm also at Twitch, on Twitch, simultaneously. Can you believe it? And also, I'm going to show off my little PNG tuber a little more, because look, can stand. Whoa! Viewers didn't know he could stand. That's right. He's so multi-purpose. Twitch team, let's go! Shoutouts Twitch team, shoutouts YouTube, and shoutouts VOD Gang as well. If you're watching later on, you're watching tomorrow or a week from now or a year from now, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope this is kind of at least useful. You're good. Should I switch to Twitch? No, you're good on YouTube. I'm happy to have someone watching me everywhere, on every platform. I will not be going live on TikTok, though, because I don't know how that works. Like I was saying, I like the poofy bangs on the side. We're drawing Link, anyone who's just joining us. We're drawing Link in the style of the Pokemon FireRed games. And earlier on stream, we were drawing some OCs. We were just drawing my characters because I love them. I love my little guys. Regardless. Back on track. Link, you're getting shaved a little bit. Smaller bang. It's a lot of work for TikTok. Yeah, I imagine setting up a TikTok live while also being connected to YouTube and connected to Twitch would be an entirely different beast. Anytime I've gone on TikTok live, they have like a crazy setup, which probably really tricky to keep running, I imagine. Oh, you got to get 500 followers first to go live on TikTok. That makes it even trickier. Of like a earned thing. I was actually thinking on YouTube, I wasn't sure if it would let me go live right away, but they seem to have opened the floodgates for anybody. All right, so Girly is struggling. Beeposa, shoutouts to Beeposa. She's been grinding away at the content, making Sims content, doing a little Fortnite, being a variety streamer. Give her a little follow if you're interested in helping a local Canadian girly out. Now back to Link. I think I'm happy with this head overall. He has pure black eyes in the render art, which we could do. And I do think it looks pretty cute. If this was my character, I would be team brown eyes all the way. That looks good to me, but not my character. And apparently Link has blue eyes, according to the Minish Cap. It would also look great with green. Just using as few colors as possible, but we will stick with blue for now. Now on to the rest of his body here. We'll grab our green. We'll want to decide if we want to give him a neck or not. On the Minish Cap sprites, you can see on my reference, they did kind of. You can see, let me pull it up close. Wow, check out that quality. You can see it kind of has, after you step down from the brightest color of the face, there is kind of this middle ground where it could be considered more face, but is probably supposed to be neck. And on the FireRed sprites, we'll look again. They usually just block it off so that the head is fully separated, which I've explained a couple times, but just for anyone who is just joining. We could go team neck, or we could go team no neck. I do like it quite a bit to have a bit of color there. We didn't go for it on these other sprites to stick with the style a little more, but for Link, you might be getting some special treatment here because I think it just looks so good. Another question is, do we want to add the tip of the cap off to the side with a couple pixels? People in chat says Link's a little bit, you know, something there. I'll let you read the word at home. I don't want to say it, but just deciding which side. A little more risque. People's in chat, yes. I'm gonna try and keep it not risque, but I don't like that. What do we think? I like the tip of the hat. Like, we could make it darker to imply it's behind him, but it also makes it less visible. So I think it's worth having it more visible. We'll keep it like that for now. Pixel artist demands that one pixel changes the entire sprite once again, because it does. Ooh, I kind of like that, using this dark green as like a faux outline. Depends what side we want. Whoops, that's his big bangs that we did not to use. I've added a new frame. I do like it more on. If we were doing a walking animation, it'd be a really easy way to achieve that. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's do it, hear me out. Let's do it on this side because the bang is swooping this way. So now we have like two, once again, pixel artists have to have crazy imaginations because I'm pretending that this line is going this way and swooping outwards, and it makes a nice like up and down kind of look to it. Is that true? Who knows, but that's what I feel, so that's what we're gonna go with. Bob Ross style. Makes a nice swoopy shwoo. Whereas if it was this way, all the lines are swooping that. But I prefer to have one go this way, one go that. So that's what we'll do. The color of the eyes is still throwing me off, but we're gonna stick with it for now. Get the main body color on there. Diddly diddly doot. And how do they do it on the Minish Cap? Kind of have like a lime green. Norpuff747, I have arrived to Twitch side. Let's freaking go. Whoa, and a new follow. Hog and chat. You know what? I'm going to have to stand up for that. Woo! Thank you for the follow, New Report 747. Appreciate you so much. Wow. Look at us. 3 followers in one day. First stream. Amazing. Boop. And I sit back down. Hold on one second. I got a cough. Okay, I've muted my mic for y'all sakes. Anyway, like I was saying, he has a lime green on his arm, which we might have to do based on this look of Toon Link. He has a brighter green. I usually don't like to use too many different colors. I would like to use just one green, but that is what the character demands. That might just be what has to happen. Fine by me. So, we'll add some shadow to his head by using this second shade color here. And I just outlined his body to give it a bit of roundness. He looks maybe a little too round right now. So we can take away the top, and now just the bottom of the tunic is kind of rounded off. Which I like the look of. And once again, I'm going to say it again if you're just joining us. We have this little guy available for download in the Discord. So you can save this guy and you can do pixel art along at home with us. Link should be in the description or in the chat. And then feel free to share what you've made with him. Because so far, got a lot of range. You can make a lot out of this little fella. Woo woo, Bposa says in chat. Absolutely woo woo. Kind of maybe a bit much, but I also kind of like it. I'm a big eyebrow enjoyer in a lot of my sprites. You'll see on like a lot of the Woodsy Whatnots sprites, which is a game I'm working on. A lot of them have very big eyebrows, but that might be too much. We'll wind it back. Let's see. What do we want to do? The different arm. Here's a little attempt we can do. We can grab the green, and then little trick here. It's covered by the chat right now. But the window down here, off to this side, that's an arrow. It has this little opacity slider. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the green, turn the opacity down, and then put it over the yellow, and it'll give us like a hybrid color of the two. So now we have this green we started with, and the yellow. And by doing this, it's actually stepped in between these two colors, which is super duper useful. And probably what we'll go with, we could brighten this up a little bit. Let's see how much it stands out from the other green. Might be worth brightening just a titch, just so pops a little more. I think that looks pretty good. So we went from this to this. I just went over here to the little color square again. It's kind of covered by chat. But I just dragged this a little higher on this color square here so that it would have a little more brightness. Because I like my colors bright. I like them saturated. I like them bright. That's just me. Results may vary. We're going to do a new frame. and resist the temptation to reverse it and see all our changes we made, because that's always really fun. But can't be distracted now. We gotta add his hands. So we'll take the brightest color of his face, slap it on his hands. We'll take this really dark brown that I like using. We'll use it to outline the hands and make them pop out a bit. Even make them a little smaller, because he's only a little guy. And this is a trick they use on the FireRed sprites. You can see on the player. I'll swap it over. Wow! On the player, they have the hands actually outlined by a darker color of whatever the base color is, so like on the hair. Just like that. It doesn't actually use black all the way around, which some art styles do, but this one does not. So that's what we'll do as well. I'm thinking that's looking pretty cute. Good. And bring in the arms a little bit. Maybe, does it look like? He's looking a bit too round. Just there, yeah. So that helped. What I did was just play with these two competing colors. So this green and this green have to be separated by at least a shade, because they're a bit too similar. To the point where we could even shade the lime green with the base green. Crazy, I know. Because they're so similar, and that kind of does work. That's a bit too much. See what it looks like as the sleeve. Take the darkest tone of the skin there, and we'll want to decide, do we want this dark color to represent like his fingers, and we could have it tucked in like that, or it could represent like his knuckle like that. Kind of like the look of it as his fingers. The FireRed sprites, they kind of outline the whole hand, which actually looks pretty good as well. That gives it like a really round look. Looks like he's got two orbs for fists. Which I like. So we'll do a new layer. Boop. And oh snap, I gotta actually change. The music cut out again. No, I don't know why it does that. I was gonna say I'm about to change the music, but it was already gone. So let's put on, fade that out. Put on, there we go. Hopefully y'all can hear that at home. Chill tunes to pixel art and vibe to. We could, like I was saying earlier with the hands, we could also outline the ears like that, and that would make it stick out from the hat, which actually I really like. Yeah, that's looking really good. Just depends how much I want to do it. Like, we could just do the tips of the ears, or bring it down a little bit more, kind of outline the whole thing. Mostly up to our preference. let's shade the lobe a little bit. If that was on your bingo card for this stream, thinking you'd hear the phrase shade the lobe, then congratulations. This rounds the ear a little bit more. I'm not sure if we want or not. Whereas that gives it like a sharp edge. I think because I'm me and I like making everything soft and round, I'll make it a bit more round. Hopefully that doesn't betray the pointy ear look we're going for. So I got wildly distracted. I don't even... Oh yeah, I was saying because we did the hands like that, we should do the ears like that too. Where were we? Back down here. On the body. Even though I like adding color for the outline, black is still really good to imply like layers. Like this part of the hand right here is not getting hit by light if there was a light source right here coming down. The bottom of the hand being black sort of implies like shape, and like this is lit up because it's being hit by light. Again, we are playing imagination with our little squares here to add like a... What am I trying to say? Well, what am I trying to say, chat? Shape. I'm giving things shape by highlighting the tops and darkening the bottoms. Art stuff. Let me just grab a sip of Gatorade real quick. 1 second. Very good. True artiste. Thank you, chat. Thank you, 747. Appreciate you. I've learned some things an artist needs to know just by figuring it out by guesswork. I am simply guessing till it works. So, interesting thing about Linky here is that bro is wearing pants, but not like a t-shirt pants situation. It's a tunic, so you might want to bring this down more than we would for other characters. Now let's look at reference again, because no shame in the reference game. In the Minish Cap, they don't give him pants at all, but he does have 2 pixels for legs only on the side when he's attacking very specifically. So we could do that as well and just cover this all up with green. Like that, and then just do shoes. Oh, looks like he's wearing little pajamas now. Oh, I kind of want to show little gray pants as well, if we have the space, which we might not. Just kind of how the pixel art goes. So he does have a belt. You can pencil in real easy with this brown here. And reuse the same yellow from his hair, because, again, it is always good to just keep reusing the same colors in a sprite over and over and over, because it gives it a good harmonious look. That's pretty cute. Oh, I'll hear that chat. All the music that just came on. Want me to turn that up a little bit? Up a pinch. That's perfect. Okay, so I like how that looks with the belt up a little higher. But the perspective would kind of imply it should be curved downwards. That looks a little too bumpy. The line's a little bit too broken up there. That's too much belt, but do the tried and true method of grabbing him. Making a new frame and then pasting him in, so now we can compare the two versions here. I could just say, this is a bit too much, but this doesn't give him very much shape. Maybe not too big of a deal. Just go back and forth here and we'll compare. Yeah, I think this is just a little too wonky. Probably a better art term for it, but it breaks up the bottom half of the tunic too much. Kind of looks like, I don't know, it looks like maybe that could be his belly sticking out or something, so we don't want that. And this is really nice and readable, so we're gonna keep it like that. We could even give him more of a snatched waist if we bring it in a bit more, but I think the brown does the job instead of bringing in too much curve there at the waist. So, stick with that. Now, the gray for the pants, I'm gonna steal from more of my sprites, because that's do it. Steal from what you love. I'm gonna use this exact same brown boots. I think looks really good. Too much blue in the shadow. He's kind of wearing gray pants. Not blue to me. In Minish Cap, they give him bright red shoes. I don't know if I've ever noticed before. That's interesting. I wonder if the other Toon Link sprites all have ruby red slippers like that. Regardless, I'm definitely gonna do brown. We're gonna shade the inside of his leg, and then the farthest pixel out we'll leave light. Maybe that can suggest that's like his knee or something. And let's see what that looks like. Too bad. See about bringing the boots up a little higher. And I think we're gonna have to wrap the black outline all the way around. Yes, so that is nice. I say nice and separated, but it's actually less separated. So maybe if we reincorporate the blue on the inside as well. Not sure about that. Feeling from my other sprites here to see if there's any colors I like. That's not too bad, but it kind of looks like he's doing like an A pose, like in modeling where you have the T pose and the A pose. So to combat that, we bring this in a bit. always tricky because then it messes with the whole leg shape. Ooh, I got this color, which I like to use. Not too sure about that. Wind it back. Here, what we had before. So here's what we'll do. We'll actually copy this. Actually paste it here, and we'll see. The shape we had before had like a really defined foot part and leg part. And that's accomplished basically by these little corner pixels, like this one right here. Doing a lot of work making that look like leg, but we've used it for the tunic. So maybe worth doing something like this. Because that gives him legs again. Which obviously we want. Like our boy to have legs. Yeah. That kind of shape really works when it's zoomed out. Because it kind of looks like these dark corners are like his ankles or something. And these little bits right here are like his knees. That's definitely worth keeping. Do a new frame. Delete this old guy. Get out of here, buddy. Oop. We could give the hat more of a point. But that's a pretty minor detail, even for me. Do we like this color? It's kind of, it's more blue than I was thinking. But it does work when you zoom it out a bit. Maybe we can lighten it just a itch. It's actually darker. A little more gray. Yeah. Funny enough, I think this is actually one shade too light. It just kind of stands out a bit too much. I don't want the legs to be the center point or anything, so using the darker gray is fine by me. Once again, it is a lot of going back and forth between very, very small details, depending on where you want. Link looks like he's been hitting those leg days in chat. Absolutely. True. They are really, really quite chunky, and it's just kind of a result of the FireRed format. They have these little tiny feet. But for some reason, with the tunic here, there, maybe that helps. With the tunic here, it just makes his whole lower body quite a bit thicker. Which is maybe why, fun you get to learn about, why maybe decisions were made in the Minish Cap that just said no pants, man. It's all dress here. He's just wearing that You know there's legs. Look, there's a little bit of leg on the side sprite. We're not gonna bother trying to give him legs in this front-facing version because they would be huge, which they are right now, but I think I'm fine with it. We could do that, and that looks pretty cute. Could even see about using the brown as an outline one more time. But the blue kind of helps to suggest that it's here. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with that. Just seeing where else we could incorporate the blue. That is way too much. Should only be on the pant material. Tricky stuff. Tricky. The chunky legs plus tiny feet combo is pretty adorable. Definitely. The FireRed sprites are absolutely adorable. They're so round. Like, the player's face looks like they have these chubby cheeks and big round orb hands, which is kind of what we used for Link as well. And the girl here has just like two very round hands. Just looks like everything is so rounded off, and it makes it very, very cute. Looks like she's making a fist. She's putting up her dukes here. Okay, so let's make a new frame. Yeah. Does this guy need anything else? Am I missing anything? Does he need a bit more shade on that? Actually, kind of like that. I added a little bit of shade to the very top. To kind of make it look like the fabric is being pushed up, but not all the way across, because when it's all the way across, it looks like a solid line, and then it looks like a bit more like a helmet to me. But with just a little bit, it's like, oh, it's being pushed up just right here. And you could take this as far as you want. Some art styles would have it like this, where it's like a lot more densely shaded. Really up to you. I do really like that with like the corner shaded entirely, but I think that's a little less in the style of FireRed. I say that just because they usually try and keep it pretty symmetrical. Like, as you can see with this guy, this guy pretty much doesn't have shading. He's just got the main purple color, this dark outline to make the shape, and then like a highlight for funsies. So anyway, Newerpup 747. Yes, the round hands do look like she's about to punch. Yeah, it's hard in the Pokemon. Maybe she's a fighting type trainer. And she's got like the Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee lineup. That is very possible. And maybe what they're trying to suggest. I'm not actually sure what they're wearing in these sprites. They kind of look like superhero outfits to me. Yeah, MCU superhero fit, but not sure. Very good to reference though, because they got the boy and the girl here. Very useful. Always good to keep some reference on hand. Another thing we could do is get rid of the outline on the top, which actually, as soon as I did that, I absolutely adore that, because it gives it a really soft rounding off on the top. Sometimes it's the little tiniest details. And remember, chat, remember when I said trust the process? Does anyone remember when it looked like this? When we had this? It looked even worse than this before, but... And now we have... Ready for this? Big reveal? Bazinga. Bazongo. I love doing the before and after. Let's just see. Let's just experiment. Play around here. Can I add more? That looks really cute, but Maybe again, maybe too much. These hair bangs, I can never decide what's adorable and what's just a little too much. I really do like that, but for simplicity and for the sake that reads a little more like Link than if we had like a Zelda beside him, maybe I would give her these little twirlies. Or they could both have them. They could match. Mom Chip's making characters around her again. I always am, and I always will. I'm gonna round out. I'm gonna round the hat. Hold on. Look at me. Look at me. You're telling me that I am rounding characters and making them look like little tiny dolls, little tiny round, little stuffed animals. Read that like Candace. Exactly. True. I am. I'm making things round. And I always will. Right. Is there anything else we need? We could add a highlight. We could use the lime again. And add like a little like doot. Add a 1 pixel shine. Usually that's more for like something that's really shiny and metallic. So it probably wouldn't work on his hat as much. Play around though. A lot of the time what I like doing is just start adding random shapes until you get something you like a shape I always love is this little staircase W. This is technically bad form for pixel art because it has like these jaggy corner bits, but man, I love it. If I have a big design, I'm definitely slapping this in here somewhere. Like it just a good shape. Probably won't work for him, but no harm in just making a random shape, slapping it on, and see how it looks. See if I have it anywhere in here. Not on these guys, but on a lot of my sprites, I'll slap in a little staircase W. One of my favorite clusters. Shoutouts to the staircase W, one of the best clusters of all time. I think I'm happy with not having a highlight. After all, this is FireRed style, and he didn't add a highlight on like the top of the hat, which would be a similar material in my mind. So we shall not. No highlight needed. Tempting as it may be. How is the face look? Pretty happy with it, honestly. We could darken some of the skin tone where the hair is covering. But you don't want to do that too much because without enough pixels to represent the face, it kind of gets lost. Like if I shaded in all of this up here, it looks not too bad actually, but it looks very moody, like it's very like he's standing in shadow or something, which is a style in itself, but I usually like to leave a lot of these bright face pixels. Oh, that makes him angry. Moving the one corner there. I don't like it, but might be too angry for Link. Look at our reference. He's doing a scowl. I don't want him to look too PO'd or anything. I don't mind that. I've taken the shadow color of the hair and used it for the eyebrows, which before I was saying we want the eyebrows to stick out. But if the eyebrows do stick out and are the same color as the hair, that's kind of dope. I like that, actually. I mean, it depends what kind of link you're trying to achieve. On the Toon Link, he's got these pure black eyebrows, and it's mostly black on the Minish Camp, but I kind of prefer it being the same color as his hair, personally. We do a little compare here. And I like using more of this brown within the sprite itself. So that looks pretty good to me. Other things we could do would be make the tunic brighter at the bottom, but I like it being mostly in shadow. Just sort of sell the idea that it's beneath his belt. I do like that. Now, just drawing my eyes over the reference a bit more here. See if there's any other details we could squeeze in. Not worth having a nose. I don't think there's just not enough space for it. The eyes could be pure black. It's surprising how much that changes the look of the guy. I think the sprite is very colorful, so I'm happy with the blue eyes. But in a lot of my own characters, I would just stick with the little black dots because I like that kind of look. Like for these guys, I like the kind of cartoony. Must be a word for it, but when the eyes are just like, whoops. When the eyes are just black dots, it probably has a specific name, but I like that usually more than like having color involved. In this case, though, it's a colorful sprite, and that looks to me. A little tip I was explaining earlier is sometimes it's great to just grab a color, any color, and just start dragging it around to see what it does to the sprite. Like the black pixel there gives him a bit like more of a belt buckle. I kind of like. But is not needed at all. Putting a black pixel here makes the ear darker. Which I'll keep on one side but not on the other for the sake of the hair bang sticking out. After all, we're not symmetrical anyways, so I just thought we could shade this hair off to the side a little more. But gonna leave it brighter just for visibility. And I think any more detail we add to the hair just kind of creates a bit too much clutter. So that might be done. Could add green to the outline of his sleeves, which I like for this pixel, but not this one, because this is also the tip of his hair, because pixel art, everything is connected. One thing always affects the other. So actually, I slapped the dark brown on there, just to signify that this is in fact hair over his shoulder. And I think that looks pretty good. We could do one last check to see if we want the head to be more separated. I do not. Actually, I'll have you know that that's how I'm gonna do it, and everyone else can deal with it. We could put lime green here to signify that, like on the reference, that he's got a little bit of shirt there, but I don't like it as much because it forces us to put the lime directly next to the green it's fairly similar with. So I'm not going to do that because I don't like it. And that's just a bit too much. It's not that bad, but I'll leave it like that. I'm looking with my eyes real closely to see if there's any more detail I can squeeze into this, because I love detail. Make a new frame at least. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I think I'll call that donezo. And here is his massive sword that I drew earlier. Boom, jams. How do you get a weapon like that? His enemy is going to be like a little blue slime, like this big. Slime, I guess I should say a choo-choo. What they're called in the Zelda. It's going to be like, please don't use that. I'm just a little guy. Look, I'm even gonna shade the little slime I drew in 2 seconds. Try to make it look like he's screaming. You're just joining us. I'm drawing. Yeah, maybe I'll give him your eyeballs. If you're just joining us, I'm drawing Link threatening a tiny little slime creature. That looks kind of terrible. I hate that. It kind of looks like a little octopus. Don't. Hold on, Jet. Rest. And some scream line. There. Artwork complete. Present to you. Link threatens a little slime creature with his massive sword. I will say about that. Okay, so let's forget that ever happened. I need this framed and in my room. Well, good news. I can export this at any size, and we could get this thing blown up and hung above the fireplace. Lickety split. I'm getting rid of him. Goodbye. Bye forever. Bleh. Like my music crapped out again. I wonder why it does that. Very odd, very odd. Anyway, la 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 la, here he goes. Swing, 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 swing. Shring, 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 shring. How did you spend your Thursday night? I watched the guy drag a sword PNG around on Twitch.tv, and thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate the viewership, the eyes. How many people we got in here? We got a couple of people in here? Yeah, we got people. We got a couple friends hanging out. Great. So let's drag him over to the winner's room over here. I'm pretty happy with that overall. I think he looks really cute. So here's what we'll do. I think 10 out of 10 link pixel. Thank you very much. It took me a little longer than I expected, but it's because I just love combing through every single pixel to see what I can squeeze in there. I guess I'm gonna take a little stretch break now that he's complete, and I will return. Okay. Bathroom break, stretch break. Everybody stretch. Stand up for a couple seconds and put your arms above your head and spin around in a circle, but not too fast, and I'll be back. Okay, BRB. Wahoo! Hello, chat. Man, I love this song also, by the way. So cute and cozy. I think it's from Yoshi's Woolly World, or is it Crafted World, or am I wrong entirely? I cannot remember. Anyway. So, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we have been drawing pixel art in Aseprite in the style of the Pokemon FireRed games. Woo! And our vessel here is Link, or Toon Link. We did a Toon Link in the style of a little Pokemon trainer. So, how does a Pokeball look again? Like, no, there's this. This. POV. You've challenged a Link to a Pokemon battle. Looks like a mushroom. Hold on. Hold on. What? One more. Bam. Nah, that's not quite. I don't know about that's wrong. That looks like a mushroom. What does the Pokeball sprite look like? I'm like, nope. Nope. Anyway, forget I said anything. Maybe something like that. POV, you challenged Link to a Pokemon match. And I am really, really, really happy with him after resting my eyes and returning here to get a second look. Always, always, always an important thing to do. Pixel art is to take breaks because you will go pixel blind and be unable to see what it looks like anymore from staring at little squares for too long, which I do. So, question is, what do we do now? We've drawn some OCs. We've drawn Link using this little base that, once again, is available on our Discord if you want to give them a download. The link should be in the description on YouTube or right here in chat on Twitch. You can save this little guy. He can be yours in the announcements channel. Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. Chat is demanding a Zelda to go with our Link. That might be really hard though. Nerpuff747 says, also thinking Zelda. Rip, I guess we gotta do it then. But mostly because my wife said so. Doot, 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 doot. Heck yeah. That Pokeball is actually looking pretty good now. A brighter red. Oh wait, bright red is just... There we go. A Zelda? I know. IKD. I don't know what that means. IKDR. Yeah, I guess we could do a Zelda. Oh, okay, apparently it means I know that's right. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Good to know. Okay. Chat has demanded Zelda herself make an appearance. And we all love Zelda here. In fact, here she is. Done. Zelda, everybody. Yeah. Okay. What form of Zelda do we want? We're gonna absolutely delete Link from the face of the world, and by that I mean move him over. What kind of Zelda do we want? There's a lot of good Zelda designs. We thinking we could do Twilight Princess. We could do Skyward, which is one of my favorites. We could do however she looks in the Minish Cap games, which not exactly sure. The herm. Oak. Oh, okay. Tears of a Kingdom. That would be interesting. Like in her old-timey, ancient outfit kind of thing. We could do that. Or we could do her, like, short-haired look from the start of the game. She's wearing, like, blue. Oot Zelda. Ocarina of Tomb Zelda. Oot Zelda's so classic. Dragon. Okay, we got some choices here. No spoilers in chat as well, but she does. It's in all the trailers at least, so we could do Zelda Tears of the King. There is copy paste. There's this look. We could do this look, or we could do There's like her do this look from the start, or I'm gonna shout out in chat to do her very classic boot look, which is this. That's the big Zelda. There we go. This program I'm using is called Pure Ref, by the way. It's just like a nice reference board you can drag and drop anything in there. It's super good to be able to have a bunch of stuff you can organize quickly. What do we think, chat? Chime off in the comments. Zelda, Zelda, Zelda. What would be the best look for a tiny little sprite? I think this look would be not too hard because the thing is fairly broken up. Detail wise, like short hair. Just this one's a little more detailed. What do we think? What do we think? I'm thinking here. Ooh, we could spin a wheel here and just get a random number generator from 1 to 3. Be 1. This be 2. This be 3. Chat says the easier one. Save us some time. Old pixel mines here. Okay. Let's try the middle one just to see how easy or not it is. One thing that's sticking out to me is if we're going to give her the legs like we did Link, or we could just have the dress go all the way to the floor, which I think is usually how they sprite Zelda in the 2D games. I imagine they just give her a big dress because that's easier. Let's see, just looking for a little bit more reference. To find a shot Zelda here that is okay. Oop. We got triple reference now. The design on this dress is going to be impossible to incorporate, but see what we can do. Okay, so let's get the skin in there. Good first step. We can highlight the face and then grab the darker skin tone, turn off contiguous up here, click, and that will change all pixels of this color. Oop, that at the same time. Add one more darker tone for the bottom of the face, because once again, we're doing them in the style of the FireRed boys and girls who use this 3-tone skin kind of layout, where there's a main color, a shade, a shadow, and then this very dark shade for the black outline. So that's what we're doing. I think it makes sense to use the same ears. We will cannibalize this sprite, as I often do with my own artwork. Just reuse little bits. Being that the ear, they're supposed to kind of match it, look like they exist in the same world. So that's what we'll do. Her ears look even bigger than his. Is that true? Or is that just... that's just how it was drawn here? All the experts let me know. Show. Got ear rangarang. Chat says, it's true. Certified true. Is a larger eared individual. And I think we can make the ear danglies here. Because of the limited space, it might have to be just 1 pixel. We will grab same yellow, turn off contiguous because we're all touching it anyway. And we'll start reading the bottom layer. Hold on. Rate that from here. Okay, so we can highlight all of these. Here, contiguous off, and they'll all change. But as you can see, it's bumping up against the skin tone, so we'll need to separate it with this much darker color, which is fine. We just gotta define her face. So got forehead gang. We love forehead gang. Kind of curves up like this. Just there. He also has the same bang. Oh, that. Trust the process, chat. It's gonna look like balls for a little bit, but once we start getting the details in, it'll come together. Probably. Yeah, once again, the yellow fighting skin tone again. Tricky. Let's grab our yellow shade here, shading the outline so that's not pure black. Probably want to use some anti-aliasing, which means we're going to add colors in between colors to kind of soften them, round them up. How am I going to do this little point she has on the top? Because I don't have a middle pixel with the format here. Again, FireRed guys, FireRed format. Well, we know hair has to come down. Do it like this for now. Oh yeah, we got that Donkey Kong underwater music playing right now. And I was gonna say, I've recently realized my little avatar here, my PNG tuber, has the Donkey Kong color palette pretty much, with the red, except instead of a tie, I have red pants, and then the rest is like, I'm Donkey Kong coded accidentally, but I think Donkey Kong has an amazing, simple design, which I love. So that's okay with me. Her eyes are blue as well? What is with these aliens? The blue eye. Okay. That's what we'll do. We're just gonna quite simply do that as well. Interesting thing about the FireRed sprites is they'll often put the dark part of the people up top and the lighter part on the bottom. Not true with the professor. He's breaking a lot of the rules. I usually like having the eyes like this as opposed to that. Subtle, almost indistinguishable difference. But this makes them look a little happier. So we're gonna do that for now. I'm gonna have to address what is going on this part of the hair. Looking very messy right now. To the point where maybe we might actually want to bring the ear down. Stick with me. Here, this is hair. Looks okay, but it doesn't look very pointy. We need famous last words when I said it's going to be easier. Yeah, let's wind it back because we're gonna undo because we do want them to still have the same kind of ears. Okay. The same kind of thing going on, I think. Her bangs come down to her chin. Bring them down lower. looking okay. She's got sort of face tiara situation. Goes up like that. Colors are all pretty similar, so I might cheat and make this darker. Yeah, I think that's better. Even though the face... What's it called? Face tiara? Face... What'd you call that? Even though it's not this dark brown, it might have to be just so that it's visible. And do the same thing we did with Link and give her a nose brow between the eyes. Nose brow. A nose like ridge. Because that's just something I like doing a lot. Get the hair a little bit. She's got a front bang. And is this going to let us incorporate eyebrows in any way? Kind of like that. Let's make a new frame so that we can watch our progress go. There's a little Link killing a slime Easter egg from Ore Break, if you missed that. Yeah, so we'll move forward. I'm liking how this is coming out now. We can round the top of her head a little more by using more color. Or in Link's case, we got rid of it. For her, I think we might. The difference is pretty subtle, but the idea is that this is less squared off than this kind of hair is. I'm okay with that. He has fairly prominent eyebrows, which we love, but I'm not sure if I have the space for it on the little sprite. Taking a look at the professor up there, he's got this situation going on. I got like interrupts the least credit too much. Worth trying. I'm just seeing if there's anything we can do for eyebrow gang. Probably not unless we bring the face tiara up a bit. Or alternatively, we shrink the eyes. Because pixel art, everything's connected. Oh, that's it. That's it, chat. Did you see it right there? It just came together. Hold on. We're gonna wind that back. That's what they call the aha moment, where I'm like, yeah, this is looking all right. This is, and then bam. That looks like Zelda's face to me. I I recognize that it is pretty much just Link's face again, but just giving her the eyebrows with the right color makes it look a lot more Zelda to me. Great. So would you call this a circlet? Is this what a circlet is? Like in Skyrim, I think when you sell a bunch of these that you find in treasure chests, you call it like a circlet. Chat says yes. Peepo's in chat says yes. It has a little blue spot in the middle. Is it worth having a stray pixel there represent that? Probably not. It's just a bit too sticks out too much. Thanks. I actually save because I haven't saved in a minute. Yeah, I'm liking how that's looking though. Let's see. Could add a bit more hair on the side because she has quite a bit of hair at the back of her head. She's got the bob going on. That maybe. That's okay. Do we make it more or less? Or we put this dark brown here at the bottom of the earring and kind of make like a fake. He's got this little bit on the end, but we don't have to draw the bit with a color. We can just use different color of the outline. Sort of suggest it. Let's see. Go even bigger with the hair, or is that crazy? I do like how that looks. Once again, do want to keep it inside this 16 by 20 right here. But it's very tempting to give her the big crazy hair, even though that breaks the rules. I guess that's up to the artist, depending on how faithful they want to be to the style. Like I said earlier, kind of do want to try and make this look as Pokemon FireRed as possible. Probably can't have the extra big hair, but we'll see. Maybe I will betray that thought later. I'll leave it for now. New frame. I draw everything on one layer. I don't encourage that. I think that's probably bad practice, but I just like keeping it simple, even if I suffer later because. Okay, so do her little neck outline by using just the darker brown there. And then We'll do her shoulders, which would be pretty easy because we just have to add some skin tone here. So, like so. Does have the necklace there with the secret stone. Play Tears of the Kingdom, you'll know all about the secret stone, which I barely did, but my wife absolutely did play it in front of me, and therefore I have absorbed the knowledge by proxy, which is always a good way to consume video games with a loved one. So that looks pretty good so far. We've given her just this little U shape with the dark brown to sort of represent the necklace there. We could put a single yellow pixel for the stone, which we probably will actually, just for the detail. Now it's not exactly the right green, but just to make them sort of mesh together, I think I will steal this green from Link and throw it on here. And then it sort of narrows. And this color is fairly interesting. It's kind of an off-white, kind of light gray situation. Maybe we can steal the pants color for. Also really rankly too. Come on, Zelda. Why is it so rankly? You don't have a steaming iron in a billion years in the past? I don't think that's a spoiler. I think that's in the announcement trailer. We'll bring this down. We'll bring... And again, I'm watching the preview window mostly to see what it looks like super small, even though I'm zoomed in like this far. Gonna be a bit tricky because we have two colors that overlap each other here. Well, so let's pen in just this blue placeholder for now. So the thought is just to do dress all the way to the ground instead of having feet, but we could still try it. So the difference would be we do a little fake sandal bottom by using brown. We can sort of suggest that this is supposed to represent shoe. Kind of got oh look, my first spam bot. I finally made it, chat. Goodbye, sir. I'm going to ban you. Yay, my first ban. Wonderful. I just got to ban a bot on Twitch. I've made it. I'm in the big... I hit the big time. Yeah, so... Interesting. The question is if we want to just do dress all the way to the ground or not. And I'm almost thinking no. Because it's a significant amount of leg in the original design that we could try and incorporate. show, maybe we do something like this. Thinking, yeah, the tricky part is this overlap section as well. Sort of the same color that has to touch itself at the same part of the design, but I think that's looking okay. Let's do her hands real quick. For some reason, I haven't done her hands at all yet. That'll be really easy. Fill in that with skin tone, and then we can decide where we want the shadow of the hand. Put them on the inside, make it look like hand is curled in a bit. Could also move the hands down one. Be more like this. Here's as though my music player has cut out again, unfortunately. I apologize for that. So this. So far, I'm liking the hands pixel. Then just arm, because it's kind of like a tube dress situation. Maybe a bit too much there. Good. He also has these like armbands and the wrist bracelet as well. We could try and imply by using like brown on the wrist. They're like that. Looks okay. But the arms, or the hands are down, quite far down. I guess Slink is the same way too, actually. So either that, or we're going to their layer here. Boop. Boop. This is what we had before. Now. Alternatively, we could have them this. I think I like the look of this. It's fairly sort of implies that she's got some sort of like wrist bracelet on, I think. Now for the dress design, we can absolutely just keep using the same orange color we have. We don't have much space at all, so it's probably worth just doing a bit of an alternating pattern here to sort of imply that there's more going on. We could mix and match and add like some different shades of the brown in there, but it really might not be necessary. I'm not happy with this blue color still. I think it's too blue. Might want to go more white and gray. That. Such a sad track that's playing right now. Let's bring it up a little bit, shall we? What do we got here? Let's fade out the sad music and bring in oh yeah, I think this one was playing before though, but fine by me. There. A little more prep, a little more peppy. Okay, so doodly doodly doo. Stay with me, chat. Thank you for hanging in there, doing these little details. Question is, should I bring this outline all the way up? I guess so. Is this sort of a sash that runs down the middle? Makes like a E. That runs all the way to the top. Shade it a little bit. Even that looks pretty good. And you can make the dress a bit fuller at the expense of taking space away from the hands, but I do not like that because I like having the hands be fairly noticeable. They're usually really good if you're making a walking animation. You want to be able to see the hands so that like one hand goes in front of the body, you can tell they're taking a step forward, one hand goes behind the body, etc, etc. So hands are usually good to prioritize being very. It's starting to get there, I think. Big improvement from there, at least. New frame. Diddly 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 doo, diddly doodly doo. I feel like her ears are not nearly as noticeable as his, mostly because he's got more going on, like the big earring. So there's gotta be something we can do about that. Mess around with the color. We could do that, that would be useful, but again, want to keep it a little limitation. I do like that a lot, but we want to keep it in this 20 by 16 that homie demands. Oh, FireRed sprites, how you trouble me with your 20 pixel wide limitation. But again, see what we can do about it. Maybe just lightening the top and darkening the bottom helps, or adding a gap. It's a bit hard to see. Over down to a lighter tile here. No, it's still not quite clear enough. Bring the hair down further. Well, that gives it a bit of a different look. And then could add more hair in the back. That would be quite a bit more hair, which is probably too much. That's okay, but it's quite a bit messier than what we had. I think this is fairly readable and cleaner than the other ones. So go with that. Here's an idea. We try and point her ears downward a bit more, but the problem is that it's still so similar to the yellow of the hair that it kind of just, when you zoom out, it just looks like more hair bang. So let's add more shading to the hair in general so that the bangs stick out a bit more. See the before and after. I think that looks better. We can shade the gem, the secret stone here. And I'm doing that just by taking this slightly darker color and putting it beside brighter color, and that kind of gives it like it's a three-dimensional shape now as opposed to just a single dot. Some of these might not have to be as dark. This is great thinking music. Well, it was always good for it. Their eyes. Still stuck on the ears. This is okay. Remove the ear inwards a little bit. It kind of separates it a little more. Yeah, I think maybe that's what we're looking for. And we could even, for some reason, taking this color, and again, I'm watching this little preview window as opposed to looking with my eyes up here, because it's going to be zoomed out. By taking this color and putting it below, it doesn't look like it would do much up close, but when you zoom out, it kind of makes it look like the ear is doing this. Oop. Kind of giving that shape, which is exactly what we want. So let's do that. New frame, boop. Doodly 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 doo. Anything else we can do here? I think the dress color is okay now. We could mess with the pattern a bit. Because it kind of poofs out at the bottom. And she has these little dangly triangles that we could incorporate, but might be worth going without. We could suggest them by using blue, but I think too similar to the green. make it worth having. But too much. On the little banner here is what I'm looking at. Let's probably give it a little more room rather than less, just so it kind of implies that it starts smaller and then tapers out. Chat says, she looks great. Thank you, Newerpuff747. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. I think she's looking pretty good. I really like the face. I think that came together. Once again, it is mostly just Link's face, but there's something about it that looks like Zelda to me. About changing the head shape a little. You just double. Yeah. Thank you, Newerpuff. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Chat wanted Zelda, so Zelda we shall have. That's looking pretty good. About adding something earrang. That. Or maybe even above. Okay. Just zooming out to see what it looks like from distance. This is an awkward shape to try and capture this earrang because it's obviously a big circle and we're just using little squares. And if we had more room, we could do something like this. But we do not. Also, that looks kind of ridiculous. To me. Too much. Too much. I think that's okay. Deedly-deedly-do. Anything else we could pepper in the details with, because I'm all about the details. She has these little spots on her face we could add with 2 white dots, but I think that sticks out too much. And that would just give her Minecraft eyes, which a lot of art styles use, but once again, the FireRed guys do not. They're the 2 pixel vertical kind of situation. Yeah, is there anything else we can do here? Kind of do like this more again. I know I took some details away. But I kind of do like that more actually, so we'll take a step back. Sometimes making progress means going back a step, which is okay. I like adding the black here adds more like curve to the hip area, but takes away the color of the dress. I kind of want to see this off-white color represented on the sprite. Oh. Got her sandals on. I think that's about as much as we do here. I'll add 2 more black pixels to the bottom to sort of imply there's like a heel to whatever she's wearing. In this case, it's these sandals. So that works for me. And yeah, I think that's good. Let's look away for a second, chat. Rest our eyes for a moment before we look at her again. A fun little life hack I like to do. I think I'm going to wrap up stream pretty quickly, rather. Of course, once we get our second look at everything we've accomplished this stream. But I just want to say thank you very much for joining me on my first stream. The plan is that I have a lot of indie game projects that I'll have a lot of pixel art that need to be done, so I'll probably stream quite a bit of it. Happy first stream, Chip. Thank you, Journoid. Thank you very much. I think it went really well. We're about to pull up the results here in a second of everything we made. But yeah, like I was saying, I gotta draw a lot of furniture and stuff and pixel art, scenery, props, wallpaper, blah 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 blah. Oh my goodness, it is the Spectre Bull himself. I cannot believe it. Feel free to rewind. We're about to pull up the results, but we made a pixel art Link, we did a pixel art Zelda, and an OC of mine, who's kind of inspired by Elvis and playing cards of all things, all in the style of the Pokemon FireRed games. And I think it worked out really good. Neuropuff, can't wait for the next one. Thank you. I don't know when it'll be, but I have so much art to do, so I'm probably going to stream quite a bit, I imagine. Glad to see you're still doing stuff, man. Absolutely. I have a lot to do. Trying to make some indie games. Don't have anything out yet, but I've also spent the last year just learning art as well, which has been very fun, but it took a lot of time to get to this point. Hopefully I can have some more actual game stuff to show off. Learning Godot as well, and UD script and all that great stuff, and it takes a lot of time, but hopefully it'll I'll have something to show off pretty soon. Okay, so we've rested our eyeballs. Let's take another look at our cast here. In fact, I'm gonna make a scenery. Like 2 seconds, hold on. Here they come. Practice, 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 dude. That's all it takes. True. Certified true. Anything worth doing takes a lot of time. People have told me. It is certified true. So here's our rolling hills. And dude, this is kind of terrible, but I'm doing it in 2 seconds. So, and here's our beautiful sky. Wow, ta-da! There they are, and some clouds. Ooh! Don't judge my pixel art based on this, please. I've done better scenery before. And hold on, you can tell it's good pixel art because I'm going to anti-alias it. Ooh, look at that. Look, it's into the background. Right? Hold on. Trust, and you just grab this, and the opacity down, and then ooh, you go ooh, dribble over this. Love that there's a Pokeball there too. Yes, that I did in 2 seconds, just to remind you that this is the Pokemon art style. Ooh, there they are. Diddly diddly dit. You should add a little to the background every stream. Yeah, I could make this just a really detailed background, but just improve it very slowly over the course of many streams. Do you add some blades of grass? Wow. I think this has made it look objectively way worse. So here's what we'll do. Ignore all that. Dude. We also made this guy, this stream. Grab him. Dude. Here's what we made. It took us, how long we've been live for? A couple hours? 4 hours. 4 hours for these cute little guys. What do you think, Chet? Was it worth it? I think the link came out pretty ace. Here's the reference we used for him. Got the little tune link there. We got our TOTK, Tears of the Kingdom Zelda right there. And then this is an OC of mine. He's a gambling man in a red suit. He's Jack, Queen, King. Get it? Jack, Queen, King, playing cards, gambler. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Those are our guys. Really happy with that. And once again, if you're just joining us here at the end, I have this little guy as a base we used for all the sprites here tonight, available for free in our pixel art Discord. You can have him, you can download him, you can watch the stream back and do pixel art along with me and make your own little guy if you want. And then feel free to share it in the Discord. And be posted, it says no shrimps in chat, so everybody stretch. Don't be a shrimp like me. Thank you. Thanks very much for coming out. That's all I got. Feel free to follow, subscribe, donate if you want to a starving artist if you want. No pressure, you don't have to. Just enough to get this far, seriously. So yeah, thanks everybody. I will see you next time. Like the stream, helps the algo. Absolutely true. Respectable knows all the ins and outs of the YouTube. He's a YouTube veteran, certified. So, if he's saying it, it must be true. Like the stream, do all the things, click all the buttons, and have a great night. GN chat. And here I'm gonna attempt to wave with my PNG tuber. Bye. 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 See you later.